today I've prepared the biography of Christopher Columbus. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle deeper into your pillow, let your breathing slow and your mind drift. Tonight, we'll be gently exploring the life of a man who sailed across an ocean in search of one place, only to find another. The soft waves of the Atlantic will rock you to sleep as we journey with Christopher Columbus through time. His story begins in the warm coastal city of Genoa, Italy, where the Mediterranean lapped against the shore, much like the peaceful rhythm of your own breath right now. So close your eyes, pull your blankets close, and let my voice guide you through this historical voyage as you drift peacefully toward slumber. In the gentle light of history's distant glow, we find ourselves drifting back to the 15th century, to a time when the world seemed both smaller and vastly more mysterious than it does today. Let us settle comfortably into the story of a boy named Cristoforo Colombo, whom we now know as Christopher Columbus, born in the Republic of Genoa, in what is now Italy, sometime in the autumn of 1451. Picture, if you will, the medieval port city of Genoa, nestled against the shimmering Mediterranean Sea. The air carried the mingled scents of salt water, fish, exotic spices from distant lands, and the earthy aroma of fresh bread from local bakeries. The narrow, winding streets were lined with stone buildings that had stood for generations, their facades weathered by time and sea air. It was in this bustling maritime republic that our story begins. Christopher was born to Domenico Colombo and Susanna Fontanarossa, a humble wool weaver and his wife. The Columbus family lived modestly in a small stone house where the sounds of daily life, the rhythmic click-clack of his father's loom, the soft murmur of his mother's voice as she went about her household duties, and the laughter and occasional squabbles of his siblings formed the backdrop of young Christopher's earliest memories. As one of 5 children, Christopher learned early the values of sharing, patience, and finding his place within the family constellation. His brothers Bartolomeo and Giacomo, later known as Diego, would one day join him in his seafaring adventures. But in those early days, they were simply brothers playing together in the narrow streets of Genoa, watching the ships come and go from the busy harbor, perhaps already dreaming of distant horizons. The education of a boy in 15th century Genoa was practical rather than scholarly. Young Christopher likely attended a church school where he learned basic reading, writing, and arithmetic. Latin would have been taught, though accounts suggest his grasp of the language remained rudimentary throughout his life. More important to his future were the practical skills he acquired. How to navigate by the stars, read weather patterns, and understand the complex art of map-making. Imagine the young boy, perhaps 10 or 11 years old, standing at the edge of the harbor, his eyes wide with wonder as he watched the great merchant ships arriving from ports unknown, their holds filled with silks from the east, spices from distant islands, and stories that fired his imagination. The sailors, with their weathered faces and calloused hands, spoke of lands beyond the horizon, of different peoples and customs, of dangers and marvels that existed in the great unknown expanses of the world. The Genoa of Columbus's youth was a city of traders and seafarers, a place where the art of navigation was not merely an occupation, but a way of life. The Republic had built its wealth and influence through maritime trade, establishing colonies and trading posts throughout the Mediterranean. The very air seemed to carry the promise of adventure and fortune to be made upon the waves. When Christopher was just a boy, perhaps no more than 10 years old, he began accompanying his father to the docks, helping with the family wool business. Here, amid the shouts of stevedores and the creaking of ship timbers, the young Columbus first felt the pull of the sea that would define his life's journey. He listened to the tales of sailors, studied the construction of the great ships, and began to dream of a life beyond the confines of his father's modest trade. By the age of 14, Columbus had already taken to the sea, joining the crew of a merchant vessel. Picture the teenage boy, slender and keen-eyed, learning the ways of the ship, how to read the wind in the set of the sails, how to navigate by the stars when the coastline disappeared from view, how to work as part of a crew where each person's efforts contributed to the safety and success of all. These early voyages, though limited to the Mediterranean, laid the foundation for the maritime knowledge that would one day lead him across an ocean no European had dared to cross. The Mediterranean of the 15th century was a world unto itself, a complex tapestry of cultures, religions, and political entities. Muslim kingdoms controlled much of the southern shores, while Christian states dominated the north. Trade flowed between these worlds despite religious differences, creating a rich exchange of goods and ideas. Young Columbus would have encountered this diversity firsthand, perhaps developing the curiosity about different peoples and places that would later characterize his explorations. In these formative years, Columbus learned not only the practical skills of seamanship, but also absorbed the geographical knowledge of his time. The world, as understood by educated Europeans of the 15th century, consisted of 3 continents: Europe, Asia, and Africa. Surrounded by ocean, the extent of Asia was vastly underestimated, and the Americas were entirely unknown. These misconceptions would later play a crucial role in Columbus's conviction that he could reach Asia by sailing west across the Atlantic. As Columbus entered his 20s, his horizons expanded beyond the Mediterranean. Historical records suggest he participated in trading voyages that took him as far north as England and Ireland, and possibly to the Atlantic islands of Madeira and the Canaries. On one such voyage, disaster struck. According to Columbus's own later account, his ship was attacked by French privateers off the coast of Portugal. The vessel caught fire, and Columbus, clinging to a wooden oar, managed to swim 6 miles to shore. This dramatic event brought Columbus to Portugal around 1476, a twist of fate that would profoundly shape his future. Portugal was then the leading maritime nation of Europe, its sailors pushing ever further down the coast of Africa in search of a sea route to the riches of the East. In this environment of maritime innovation and exploration, Columbus found himself at the center of the nautical world. In Lisbon, Columbus settled among the Genoese community and found work as a chart maker, drawing maps based on the reports of returning sailors. Imagine him bent over his work, carefully inking coastlines and islands, his fingers stained with pigments, his mind constantly absorbing new geographical information. This occupation not only provided him with a livelihood, but also placed him in direct contact with the latest discoveries and theories about the shape and extent of the world. It was during these years in Portugal that Columbus met and married Philippa Manes Perestrelo, the daughter of a Portuguese navigator who had been involved in the colonization of Madeira. The couple lived for a time on Porto Santo, a small island in the Madeira archipelago, where Philippa had inherited property from her father. Here, on this remote Atlantic outpost, Columbus had ample opportunity to observe the patterns of ocean winds and currents, knowledge that would later prove invaluable. The marriage brought Columbus not only companionship, but also social connections and access to his late father-in-law's charts, journals, and navigational instruments. These resources deepened his understanding of Atlantic navigation and perhaps planted the seeds of his grand ambition. Sadly, the marriage was brief. Philippa died around 1485, leaving Columbus with their young son Diego as a widower with a child to support. Columbus continued his maritime career, participating in trading voyages along the coast of Africa. These journeys exposed him to the Portuguese efforts to find a route to India by sailing around Africa, a quest that had been ongoing for decades under the patronage of Prince Henry, the Navigator, and his successors. The world of the late 15th century was one of rapid change and expanding horizons. The fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Turks in 1453 had disrupted traditional trade routes to the east, creating an urgent incentive for European powers to find alternative paths to the spices, silks, and other luxuries of Asia. The Portuguese solution was to sail south around Africa, a long and perilous journey. Columbus, however, began to consider a different approach, drawing on a combination of ancient geographical texts, contemporary theories, and perhaps a measure of wishful thinking. Columbus became convinced that the world was smaller than commonly believed, and that Asia could be reached by sailing west across the Atlantic. This idea was not entirely original, Others had proposed it before, but Columbus became its most passionate and persistent advocate. The development of this grand plan was likely a gradual process, evolving as Columbus gathered more information and refined his calculations. He studied the works of ancient geographers like Ptolemy, as well as more recent scholars such as Paolo dal Paz Toscanelli, who had suggested the possibility of a western route to Asia. Columbus also drew on the accounts of Marco Polo, whose descriptions of the wealth of the East fired the imagination of Europeans. By the mid-1480s, Columbus had developed his proposal sufficiently to seek royal patronage for an exploratory voyage. He first approached King John II of Portugal, presenting his plan to reach Asia by sailing west. The king referred the proposal to a committee of experts, who rejected it on the grounds that Columbus had underestimated the distance to Asia. In reality, Columbus's calculations were indeed flawed. He believed the world to be much smaller than it actually is, and had no knowledge of the American continents that lay between Europe and Asia. Undeterred by this rejection, Columbus turned his attention to the Spanish monarchs, Ferdinand and Isabella. The Spain of the late 15th century was a nation in transition, formed by the recent union of the kingdoms of Castile and Aragon through the marriage of the Catholic monarchs. It was also a country nearing the end of the Reconquista, the centuries-long campaign to expel Muslim rule from the Iberian Peninsula. Columbus arrived at the Spanish court around 1486, beginning what would be a years-long process of lobbying for support. Picture him during this period, a man in his mid-30s, his hair already beginning to turn white. Contemporaries noted that he went gray prematurely, moving between various Spanish cities as he followed the itinerant royal court. He was not a nobleman or a scholar, but a practical seaman with an extraordinary vision and the determination to see it realized. The Spanish monarchs, like their Portuguese counterpart, referred Columbus's proposal to a committee of scholars. Again, his geographical assumptions were questioned, and his request for funding was initially denied. However, Columbus found allies at court, particularly among Franciscan friars who saw potential for spreading Christianity to new lands. With their support, he was granted a modest stipend to remain in Spain, while the monarchs considered his proposal further. During these years of waiting and lobbying, Columbus formed a relationship with Beatriz Enriquez de Orana, a young woman from Cordoba. Though they never married, their union produced a son, Ferdinand, who would later write a biography of his father. The support of Beatriz and the joy of his second son must have provided Columbus with personal comfort during this period of professional uncertainty. The years passed, and Columbus's patience was tested. He sent his brother Bartholomew to England and France to seek alternative sponsorship, but without success. By 1491, with no decision forthcoming from the Spanish monarchs, Columbus decided to leave Spain and try his luck elsewhere, according to tradition. He had traveled only a short distance when a messenger overtook him with news that Queen Isabella had changed her mind. The timing was significant. The final Moorish stronghold of Granada had fallen to Spanish forces in January 1492, marking the completion of the Reconquista. With this victory, the Spanish monarchs had both the resources and the confidence to turn their attention to more distant horizons. On April 17, 1492, they signed the capitulations of Santa Fe, an agreement granting Columbus the titles of Admiral of the Ocean Sea and Viceroy of any lands he might discover, along with a percentage of any wealth obtained. And so, as summer arrived in 1492, Columbus found himself in the small port of Palos, preparing for the voyage that would change the course of history. Behind him lay 40 years of life, a childhood in Genoa, years of seafaring in the Mediterranean, the brief happiness of his first marriage, the long struggle for royal patronage. Ahead lay the vast, unknown Atlantic, and a place in history he could scarcely have imagined. As we drift with Columbus on the tide of history, we might reflect on how the experiences of his early life shaped the man he became. The practical maritime knowledge gained in his youth, the geographical learning acquired during his years as a chart maker, the persistence developed during his long campaign for royal support. All these elements combined to create the complex figure who would soon step onto the world stage, forever changing the relationship between the eastern and western hemispheres of our planet. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. The timing was significant. The final Moorish stronghold of Granada had fallen to Spanish forces in January 1492, marking the completion of the Reconquista. With this victory, the Spanish monarchs had both the resources and the confidence to turn their attention to more distant horizons. On April 17, 1492, they signed the capitulations of Santa Fe, an agreement granting Columbus the titles of Admiral of the Ocean Sea and Viceroy of any lands he might discover, along with a percentage of any wealth obtained. And so, as summer arrived in 1492, Columbus found himself in the small port of Palos, preparing for the voyage that would change the course of history. Behind him lay 40 years of life, a childhood in Genoa, years of seafaring in the Mediterranean, the brief happiness of his first marriage, the long struggle for royal patronage. Ahead lay the vast, unknown Atlantic, and a place in history he could scarcely have imagined. As we drift with Columbus on the tide of history, we might reflect on how the experiences of his early life shaped the man he became. The practical maritime knowledge gained in his youth, the geographical learning acquired during his years as a chart maker, the persistence developed during his long campaign for royal support. All these elements combined to create the complex figure who would soon step onto the world stage. forever changing the relationship between the eastern and western hemispheres of our planet. The education of Christopher Columbus began in the gentle rhythm of his childhood days in Genoa, where the sound of waves against the harbor walls formed a constant backdrop to his earliest memories. Born around 1451 to Domenico Colombo, a wool weaver and merchant, and Susanna Fontanarossa, young Cristoforo, as he was known then, grew up in a modest home where the values of diligence and craftsmanship were woven into the fabric of daily life. Much like the threads his father so carefully worked with his weathered hands in those tender early years, Columbus received what might be called a practical education, rather than a formal one. The narrow, winding streets of Genoa served as his first classroom, where he would observe merchants from distant lands, their ships laden with exotic goods, their voices carrying tales of faraway places. The harbor itself was a living textbook of nautical knowledge, where the young boy would spend countless hours watching sailors mend sails, caulk wooden hulls, and navigate by the stars that hung like distant lanterns in the night sky. His formal education, while limited by modern standards, provided him with the essential tools that would later serve him well in his maritime endeavors. At a small local school, possibly run by the church, Columbus learned to read and write, skills that were far from universal in his time. The gentle scratch of quill on parchment, the soft murmur of children reciting their lessons, the patient guidance of teachers. These formed the quiet backdrop to his intellectual awakening. Languages came naturally to Columbus, perhaps because of Genoa's position as a bustling port city where merchants spoke in a dozen tongues. Italian was his native language, flowing like a familiar stream through his childhood conversations. Later, he would become fluent in Portuguese and Spanish, with each new language opening doors to different worlds of knowledge and opportunity. He also acquired enough Latin to read the scholarly texts that would later influence his geographical thinking, the ancient words resting like smooth pebbles in the river of his growing understanding. Mathematics, especially the practical mathematics of navigation, found a natural home in his quick mind. The careful calculations of distance, the gentle arc of a compass as it traced a circle on a chart, the patient measurement of angles with primitive instruments. These skills were absorbed slowly, like rain into thirsty soil, nourishing the seeds of his later ambitions. As adolescence approached with its soft, insistent call to adulthood, Columbus felt the pull of the sea growing stronger. By the age of 14, he had joined the ranks of sailors, embarking on short voyages that gradually extended in length and ambition. These early maritime experiences were perhaps his most formative education, with the vast blue expanse of the Mediterranean serving as both classroom and teacher. On board various vessels, beneath skies that changed from clear azure to threatening gray, young Columbus learned the art of seamanship from weathered captains and seasoned sailors. They taught him to read the subtle language of the sea, how to interpret the whisper of changing winds, the gentle rocking that presaged a storm, the dance of stars that guided sailors home. These lessons were not delivered in hushed classrooms, but shouted over the creak of wooden planks and the snap of canvas sails. Yet they sank deep into his consciousness, becoming as much a part of him as his heartbeat during quiet evenings at sea, when work was done and the ship rocked gently on the waves like a mother cradling her child. Older sailors would share tales of distant lands and strange phenomena. Some spoke of islands far to the west, beyond the boundaries of known maps. Others described curious objects that had washed ashore after great storms, carved woods from unknown trees, strange seeds, even bodies of people with features unlike any European. These stories settled like soft sediment in Columbus's imagination, gradually forming the foundation for his later theories. In his 20s, Columbus expanded his maritime experiences, venturing beyond the familiar waters of the Mediterranean. Historical records suggest he sailed north to England, Ireland, and possibly even Iceland. Some accounts place him on Portuguese voyages along the western coast of Africa, where European explorers were gradually pushing southward, seeking a sea route to the riches of the East. Each voyage added layers to his practical knowledge: how ships behaved in different waters, how to navigate when familiar stars disappeared below the horizon, how to manage crews through long journeys and uncertain conditions. During a period living in Portugal, Columbus's intellectual development took a significant turn. Portugal in the late 15th century was a center of maritime innovation, where knowledge of navigation, shipbuilding, and geography was advancing rapidly under the legacy of Prince Henry, the Navigator. In this stimulating environment, Columbus had access to charts, maps, and the company of experienced navigators who gathered in taverns near the harbor, their conversations flowing as freely as the wine they shared. It was in Portugal that Columbus began his self-directed study of geography and cosmography, reading widely and with growing absorption. Among the texts that influenced him was Pierre Daly's Imago Mundi, Image of the World, a geographical work that compiled ancient and medieval knowledge. The pages of this text, with their descriptions of distant lands and calculations of the Earth's circumference, became companions during quiet evenings, the words illuminated by candlelight as Columbus slowly absorbed their meaning. Another influential work was the Travels of Marco Polo, whose accounts of the splendors of Asia, the grand palace of Kublai Khan, cities paved with gold, islands rich with spices, painted vivid pictures in Columbus's imagination. These descriptions settled like gentle snow in his mind, accumulating over time into a deep belief in the riches that might await anyone who could find a direct route to Asia. Columbus also studied the letters and maps of Paolo dal Pozzo Toscanelli, a Florentine physician and cosmographer, who proposed that sailing westward would provide a shorter route to Asia than circumnavigating Africa. Toscanelli's ideas resonated deeply with Columbus, affirming his growing conviction that such a journey was possible. The correspondence between these two men, carried by messengers across the distances that separated them, represents an important intellectual exchange that helped shape Columbus's geographical thinking. During this period of intellectual growth, Columbus began to develop his own theories about the size of the Earth and the distance between Europe and Asia. Drawing on various sources, some of which underestimated the Earth's circumference, he calculated that Japan might lie only about 3,000 miles west of the Canary Islands, a significant underestimation that would have profound consequences for his later voyages. His marriage to Philippa Moniz Perestrello in the 1470s provided another avenue for his educational development. Philippa was the daughter of Bartolomeo Perestrello, who had been involved in the Portuguese colonization of Madeira. Through this connection, Columbus gained access to his father-in-law's charts, logs, and instruments, a treasure trove of practical knowledge that he studied with quiet diligence. During the early years of his marriage, the couple settled for a time on Porto Santo, a small island in the Madeira archipelago, where Columbus could observe the patterns of winds and currents in the eastern Atlantic. These observations, made during long walks along shorelines or from the vantage point of high cliffs, contributed to his understanding of Atlantic navigation and reinforced his belief that predictable wind patterns could carry ships westward and then return them safely to Europe. After Philippa's death, Columbus moved to Spain with their young son Diego, beginning the long process of seeking royal patronage for his proposed westward voyage. During this period, which stretched from approximately 1485 to 1492, his education continued in new directions. The years of presenting his case to various officials, defending his ideas against skeptical geographers, and refining his proposals served as a different kind of schooling. One in diplomacy, persuasion, and persistence. At the Spanish court, Columbus encountered scholars associated with the University of Salamanca, one of Europe's oldest and most prestigious centers of learning. These interactions, sometimes in formal settings and sometimes in more casual conversations, exposed him to current European thinking on geography, astronomy, and navigation. While many scholars remained unconvinced by his proposals, these exchanges helped Columbus refine his arguments and address potential objections. Columbus also deepened his religious education during this period. He was a devout Catholic whose faith informed both his worldview and his ambitions. He studied biblical texts and theological works, finding in them support for his growing conviction that he was destined to play a role in spreading Christianity to distant lands, the quiet hours spent with religious texts, the soft murmur of prayers, the contemplative moments in shadowy cathedrals. All these contributed to the spiritual dimension of his intellectual development. By the time he finally secured the support of Ferdinand and Isabella in 1492, Columbus had accumulated a remarkable, if unconventional, education. He was not a university-trained scholar, but a self-taught man whose knowledge came from a blend of practical experience, extensive reading, and persistent inquiry. His understanding of navigation was profound, based on years of observation and practice. His geographical knowledge, while containing significant errors about the size of the Earth and the location of Asia, was nevertheless extensive for his time, and integrated information from diverse sources. Perhaps most importantly, Columbus had developed the confidence and communication skills to advocate effectively for his ideas, persuading the Spanish monarchs to invest in a voyage that many considered foolhardy. This ability to envision possibilities beyond the horizon of conventional thinking, and to inspire others to share that vision, represents a different kind of intelligence, one nurtured not in formal educational settings, but in the challenging school of real-world advocacy. As Columbus made his final preparations in Palos during the summer of 1492, he carried with him this lifetime of learning, knowledge gathered from books and charts, from sailors' tales and scholars' debates, from the patient observation of natural phenomena and the practical experience of seamanship. All these educational threads, woven together over 4 decades, had created a man uniquely prepared for the journey that lay ahead. A journey that would draw on every aspect of his varied education and test both his knowledge and his character in ways he could not yet imagine. The gentle waves lapping against the hulls of his 3 ships, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, seemed to whisper of possibilities, of distant shores waiting to be discovered, of a new chapter about to unfold in the book of human exploration. As Columbus supervised the loading of provisions and checked navigational instruments, his mind must have returned to those early lessons learned on Genoese docks, to the maps studied by candlelight, to the conversations with scholars and sailors that had shaped his understanding of the world. And so, with his education complete, but his learning far from finished, Christopher Columbus prepared to sail into history, carrying with him not just the hopes of his royal sponsors, but the accumulated knowledge of a lifetime spent preparing for this moment. A moment when education would meet opportunity on the shores of a new world. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the soft glow of a fading Mediterranean sun, young Christopher Columbus first felt the gentle sway of a ship beneath his feet. Born in Genoa, Italy around 1451, his early years unfolded in a bustling port city where the rhythmic sounds of commerce and seafaring formed the lullaby of his childhood. The son of Domenico Colombo, a wool weaver and merchant, and Susanna Fontenarossa, Christopher grew up in a modest home where the scent of salt air mingled with the earthy aroma of his father's trade. As a young boy, Columbus would often wander down to the harbor, his footsteps light upon the weathered wooden docks. There, amidst the creaking of ship timbers and the soft flutter of canvas sails, he would watch with wide-eyed wonder as vessels from distant lands arrived with their precious cargoes. The sailors, their skin tanned and weathered by sun and sea, shared tales of faraway places that drifted through the air like dreams, settling gently into the receptive mind of the young Columbus. His formal education was simple and unhurried, as was common for children of his social standing in 15th century Italy. He learned to read and write, his fingers carefully tracing letters on rough parchment, while the afternoon light filtered through narrow windows. Mathematics came to him naturally, particularly the calculations useful for navigation and trade. Languages, too, flowed into his understanding. His native Italian, of course, but later Portuguese and Spanish would become familiar to his tongue, each new word a bridge to another world of knowledge. By the age of 14, Columbus had already begun his apprenticeship to the sea. The endless blue horizon called to him, a whispered invitation to adventure that he could not resist. His first voyages were modest affairs, coastal trading expeditions that rarely ventured beyond sight of land. Yet, even these short journeys taught him valuable lessons. How to read the changing moods of the sky, how to feel the direction of winds against his cheek, how to navigate by the steady light of stars that hung like silver lanterns in the night sky. In these formative years, Columbus absorbed the practical wisdom of experienced mariners. They showed him how to tie knots that would hold firm against the strongest gales, how to trim sails to capture even the gentlest breeze, how to use a compass when clouds obscured the stars. These men, with their calloused hands and weather-beaten faces, became his true teachers, imparting knowledge that no book could contain. The Mediterranean Sea cradled his early career, its waters relatively calm compared to the vast Atlantic that would later define his legacy. He sailed to the island of Chios, where the air was sweet with the scent of mastic trees, and to bustling ports along the North African coast, where markets overflowed with exotic spices and colorful textiles. Each journey expanded his understanding of the world. Each return to port added another layer to his growing expertise. As the years drifted by like slow-moving clouds, Columbus ventured further from his homeland. By his mid-20s, he had joined the crew of a commercial vessel bound for the British Isles. This journey took him into the Atlantic for the first time, where he experienced the ocean's true might, waves that rose like liquid mountains, winds that howled with primal force, and currents that could carry a ship far from its intended course. It was during one such voyage, in 1476, that fate intervened in the form of French privateers. They attacked the commercial convoy near the Portuguese coast, setting Columbus's ship ablaze. As flames consumed the wooden vessel, Columbus, then about 25 years old, grasped a wooden oar, and with the gentle persistence that would characterize his later endeavors, paddled 6 miles to shore. The waters of the Atlantic rocked him like a cradle as he made his way to safety. The distant shoreline of Portugal gradually emerging from the misty horizon. This twist of fortune brought Columbus to Portugal, a nation at the forefront of maritime exploration. Lisbon in the late 15th century hummed with the energy of discovery. The air in its taverns and marketplaces was filled with sailors' tales of African coastlines, of islands appearing like emeralds on the vast blue canvas of the sea, of possibilities that stretched beyond the known world. Columbus settled into this environment with the ease of a man finding his true home. In Portugal, Columbus's professional life began to take on more definition. He found work as a chart maker, his fingers carefully tracing coastlines and marking depths on parchment maps. This occupation allowed him to study the accumulated knowledge of Portuguese exploration, to see patterns in currents and winds, to understand the rhythms of oceanic travel. In quiet rooms where sunlight danced on dust motes, he would pore over these charts, his mind sailing the routes they depicted, imagining lands that might lie beyond their edges. It was also in Portugal that Columbus met and married Felipa Perestrello Imanes, the daughter of a respected Portuguese navigator and governor of the island of Porto Santo. Their union in 1479 brought Columbus not just companionship, but also access to valuable nautical charts, journals, and instruments that had belonged to his late father-in-law. On quiet evenings, as soft breezes rustled through olive trees outside their window, Columbus would study these materials, absorbing their wisdom, incorporating their insights into his growing understanding of the sea. The couple settled for a time on Porto Santo, a small island in the Madeira archipelago. Here, surrounded by the endless expanse of the Atlantic, Columbus had ample opportunity to observe the ocean's moods and mysteries. He noted how certain birds flew westward, returning days later as if they had found land. He collected driftwood that washed ashore after westerly storms, wood that seemed different from any known European or African variety. He listened to tales from sailors who spoke of strange vegetation floating on western currents, of distant sightings of land that vanished like mirages when approached. These observations, gathered slowly over years like precious shells along a shoreline, began to form a pattern in Columbus's mind. The idea that would eventually lead to his famous voyages took root during this period. The notion that one might reach the rich lands of Asia by sailing westward across the Atlantic, rather than taking the long, perilous route around Africa. This concept was not entirely original. Ancient Greek scholars had proposed the spherical nature of Earth, and some contemporary thinkers had suggested the possibility of a western route to Asia. What distinguished Columbus was his persistent belief in the feasibility of such a journey, based partly on calculations of Earth's circumference that we now know were significantly underestimated. After the birth of their son Diego in 1480, Columbus began to sail more extensively, venturing as far south as the Gold Coast of Africa on Portuguese trading missions. These voyages exposed him to different navigation techniques, to the challenges of sailing in unfamiliar waters, to the delicate art of trading with cultures vastly different from his own. The African coastline, with its changing landscapes and diverse peoples, became another classroom for Columbus. Each port another lesson in his ongoing education. Tragedy touched Columbus's life in 1484 when his wife Philippa died, leaving him a widower with a young son. The loss might have dampened his ambitions, might have anchored him to a safer, more conventional life. Instead, it seemed to strengthen his resolve to pursue the grand vision that had been forming in his mind: the westward voyage to Asia. With his characteristic, quiet determination, Columbus began to seek sponsorship for his proposed expedition. He first approached King John II of Portugal, presenting his case with maps and calculations. With the careful logic of a man who had spent decades studying the sea, the Portuguese monarch, however, was committed to finding a route to Asia by sailing around Africa, a path that would eventually prove successful when Vasco da Gama reached India in 1498. Undeterred by this rejection, Columbus turned his gaze toward Spain. In 1485, he arrived at the Franciscan monastery of La Rábida near Palos, Spain. The monastery stood on a gentle hill overlooking the Atlantic, its stone walls warmed by the Spanish sun, its gardens filled with the soft fragrance of herbs and flowers. Here, Columbus found sympathetic ears in the form of Friar Juan Perez, who had once been Queen Isabella's confessor, and who recognized something special in the quiet, determined navigator who had arrived at their gates. The years that followed were a testament to Columbus's patience and perseverance. While waiting for royal patronage, he supported himself and his son through chart making and bookselling, humble occupations that nonetheless kept him connected to the world of knowledge and navigation. He continued to refine his proposals, to strengthen his arguments, to gather supporting evidence for his theories. Spain in the late 15th century was preoccupied with the Reconquista, the centuries-long effort to reclaim the Iberian Peninsula from Moorish control. The campaign consumed royal attention and resources, leaving little of either for speculative voyages of discovery. Yet Columbus waited. his patience flowing like a slow, steady river, eroding resistance through gentle persistence rather than forceful demand. During this period of waiting, Columbus formed a relationship with Beatriz Enriquez de Orana, a young woman from Cordoba, who would become the mother of his second son, Ferdinand, born in 1488. Though they never married, Beatriz provided Columbus with companionship and support during the long years of seeking sponsorship. Her quiet presence, a comfort during times of disappointment and delay. Columbus also used this time to expand his knowledge, reading widely and corresponding with learned men of his day. He studied the works of ancient geographers like Ptolemy, whose estimates of Earth's size aligned with Columbus's optimistic calculations. He read the travels of Marco Polo, its pages filled with descriptions of the wealth and wonders of Asia, descriptions that fueled his determination to find a western route to these lands. The cosmographical works of Pierre Daly provided Columbus with additional theoretical support for his proposed voyage. Daly suggested that the oceans separating Europe from Asia might be navigable, might be crossed in a matter of weeks, rather than the months or years required for an eastward journey. Columbus annotated his copy of Daly's Imago Mundi extensively, the margins filled with his neat, thoughtful handwriting, each note a stepping stone on the path to his great endeavor. By 1491, the political landscape of Spain had changed significantly. The Reconquista was nearing its conclusion with the siege of Granada, the last Moorish stronghold on the Iberian Peninsula. As victory approached, the Spanish monarchs, Ferdinand and Isabella, could finally turn their attention to other matters, including Columbus's persistent proposal. A royal commission was established to evaluate Columbus's plan. Scholars and navigators questioned his calculations, pointed out potential flaws in his reasoning, expressed skepticism about the feasibility of his proposed route. Yet Columbus defended his ideas with the quiet confidence of a man who had spent a lifetime studying the sea, who had gathered evidence piece by piece like a patient collector of shells. In January 1492, Granada fell to Spanish forces, marking the triumphant conclusion of the Reconquista. In the atmosphere of victory and possibility that followed, Queen Isabella finally agreed to sponsor Columbus's voyage. The terms were negotiated in the spring of that year. Columbus would receive the title of Admiral of the Ocean Sea, would be appointed Viceroy and Governor of any lands he discovered, and would be entitled to 10% of any wealth these lands produced. With royal patronage secured at last, Columbus turned his attention to the practical preparations for the voyage. He chose the port of Palos as his point of departure, partly because the town owed a debt to the crown that could be repaid by providing vessels for the expedition. The Pinzon brothers, respected local mariners, agreed to join the venture, bringing their expertise and helping to recruit crew members from among the skeptical sailors of the region. 3 ships were prepared for the journey: the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. The largest, the Santa Maria, would serve as Columbus's flagship, while the smaller, more maneuverable caravels would allow for exploration of shallow coastal waters. Throughout the summer of 1492, these vessels were made ready, their hulls cleaned and caulked, their rigging checked and reinforced, their holds gradually filled with provisions for the journey ahead. As Columbus made his final preparations in Palos during the summer of 1492, he carried with him this lifetime of learning. Knowledge gathered from books and charts, from sailors' tales and scholars' debates, from the patient observation of natural phenomena and the practical experience of seamanship. All these educational threads, woven together over 4 decades, had created a man uniquely prepared for the journey that lay ahead. A journey that would draw on every aspect of his varied education and test both his knowledge and his character in ways he could not yet imagine. The gentle waves lapping against the hulls of his 3 ships, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, seemed to whisper of possibilities, of distant shores waiting to be discovered, of a new chapter about to unfold in the book of human exploration. As Columbus supervised the loading of provisions and checked navigational instruments, his mind must have returned to those early lessons learned on Genoese docks, to the maps studied by candlelight, to the conversations with scholars and sailors that had shaped his understanding of the world. And so, with his education complete, but his learning far from finished, Christopher Columbus prepared to sail into history, carrying with him not just the hopes of his royal sponsors, but the accumulated knowledge of a lifetime spent preparing for this moment. A moment when education would meet opportunity on the shores of a new world. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. As Columbus made his final preparations in Palos during the summer of 1492, he carried with him this lifetime of learning, knowledge gathered from books and charts, from sailors' tales and scholars' debates, from the patient observation of natural phenomena and the practical experience of seamanship. All these educational threads, woven together over 4 decades, had created a man uniquely prepared for the journey that lay ahead. A journey that would draw on every aspect of his varied education and test both his knowledge and his character in ways he could not yet imagine. The gentle waves lapping against the hulls of his 3 ships, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, seemed to whisper of possibilities, of distant shores waiting to be discovered, of a new chapter about to unfold in the book of human exploration. As Columbus supervised the loading of provisions and checked navigational instruments, his mind must have returned to those early lessons learned on Genoese docks, to the maps studied by candlelight, to the conversations with scholars and sailors that had shaped his understanding of the world. And so, with his education complete, but his learning far from finished, Christopher Columbus prepared to sail into history, carrying with him not just the hopes of his royal sponsors, but the accumulated knowledge of a lifetime spent preparing for this moment. A moment when education would meet opportunity on the shores of a new world. The sea breeze carried the scent of salt and possibility as the small fleet of vessels departed from the port of Palos on August 3, 1492. The sky stretched endlessly above, a canvas of soft blues that would become intimately familiar to Columbus and his crew in the months ahead. The sailors moved with practiced ease across the wooden decks, their movements a gentle dance with the rolling motion of the ships. Columbus himself stood tall, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where sky met water in a seamless embrace of azure tranquility. This journey, this magnificent endeavor that would forever change the course of human history, began not with fanfare, but with the quiet determination of a man who believed in what others could not see. Columbus had spent years developing his theory that sailing westward would provide a shorter route to the Indies, to those distant lands of spices and silk that had captured European imagination. His vision was born of careful study, of hours spent poring over the works of ancient geographers like Ptolemy, whose writings suggested a smaller Earth than actually existed. The steady rhythm of waves against wood became the soundtrack of their days. As the fleet moved farther from the familiar shores of Spain, Columbus kept meticulous records in his journal, his quill moving across parchment with deliberate strokes as he documented wind patterns, the behavior of sea birds, the changing colors of the ocean. These observations were not merely the notes of a captain, but the reflections of a naturalist, a man who understood that knowledge came from patient attention to the world's subtle whispers. The stars above offered comfort and guidance as they sailed into unknown waters. Columbus had studied celestial navigation with the devotion of one who entrusts his life to such knowledge. He measured the height of the North Star with his quadrant, calculating latitude with a precision that gave confidence to his crew. The gentle glow of these distant suns, scattered like diamonds across the night sky, connected these voyagers to all those who had sailed before them, all those who had looked upward for direction and meaning. Days passed with the unhurried pace of clouds drifting across the sky. The sailors settled into routines that gave structure to their journey, the changing of watches, the mending of sails, the preparation of simple meals. Columbus moved among them with quiet authority, his presence a reminder of purpose. He knew the power of leadership by example, of showing rather than merely telling. When concerns arose about the distance traveled, he maintained 2 logs, one shared with the crew showing a shorter distance, one private and accurate. A small deception born of practical necessity rather than dishonesty. The ocean itself seemed to change as they ventured farther west. The the water took on different hues, sometimes the deep blue of lapis lazuli, sometimes the soft green of new leaves. Seaweed appeared in patches, floating gardens that sparked both hope and concern among the sailors. Perhaps these were signs of land nearby, or perhaps warnings of shallows that could trap their vessels. Columbus studied these signs with the patience of one who has learned to read nature's subtle language, finding reassurance where others saw only uncertainty. On October 12, 1492, after 36 days of sailing across open water, the moment that would define Columbus's legacy finally arrived. In the soft light of early morning, a sailor named Rodrigo de Triana called out from the Pinta, his voice carrying across the gentle waves. Land had been sighted. The shore that emerged from the morning mist was not the eastern edge of Asia, as Columbus believed, but an island in the Bahamas that the native Taino people called Guanahani. Columbus named it San Salvador, Holy Savior, in gratitude for the safe passage across unknown waters. As Columbus stepped onto the sandy shore, feeling solid ground beneath his feet after so many weeks at sea, he performed a ceremony of possession for the Spanish crown. The moment was solemn, yet filled with wonder. Here was a place unmentioned in European charts, populated by people whose existence had been unknown to the Old World. Columbus described the Taino in his journal with genuine curiosity, noting their physical appearance, their gentle demeanor, their willingness to trade. The gold ornaments they wore captured his attention, sparking dreams of greater riches that might lie beyond this first island. The weeks that followed brought further discoveries as Columbus and his crew explored the Caribbean. They visited the islands of Cuba and Hispaniola, establishing contact with various indigenous communities. Columbus continued his careful observations, documenting new plants and animals, the customs of the people they encountered, the geography of coastlines never before mapped by European hands. His journals reveal a man of keen perception, one who noticed the details that others might overlook: the distinctive shape of leaves, the patterns of currents, the subtle variations in language among different island populations. When the Santa Maria ran aground off the coast of Hispaniola on Christmas Day, Columbus faced the first major setback of his voyage. With calm resourcefulness, he salvaged what materials he could from the wrecked vessel and used them to build a small settlement named La Navidad, leaving behind 39 men with instructions to collect gold and maintain peaceful relations with the Taino. Columbus prepared for his return to Spain. This decision to establish a European presence in this new land would have profound and lasting consequences, setting in motion a process of colonization that would transform both hemispheres. The return voyage proved more challenging than the outward journey. Winter storms battered the remaining 2 ships, at times threatening to end the expedition before its discoveries could be reported, Columbus once again demonstrated his skill as a navigator and leader, guiding the vessels through treacherous conditions. When a particularly violent storm separated the Niña and the Pinta, Columbus, fearing his discoveries might be lost if both ships foundered, wrote an account of his findings, sealed it in a barrel, and cast it into the sea, a message in a bottle meant for posterity should he not survive, but survive he did. In March 1493, Columbus returned to Spain, bringing with him gold, exotic plants, and several Taino individuals who would serve as living proof of his encounter with previously unknown lands. His reception was triumphant. The Spanish monarchs, Ferdinand and Isabella, received him with honors befitting his achievement. Columbus presented his findings with eloquence, describing islands of extraordinary beauty and fertility, peoples who might be converted to Christianity, and indications of valuable resources waiting to be discovered. His words painted a picture of possibility that captivated the imagination of the Spanish court. This first voyage, remarkable as it was, represented only the beginning of Columbus's contributions to European knowledge of the Americas. He would undertake 3 more expeditions, each expanding the map of what Europeans called the New World. His second voyage, beginning in September 1493, was far larger in scale. 17 ships carrying supplies and settlers intended to establish permanent Spanish colonies. Columbus explored more of the Caribbean, discovering Jamaica and other islands, while also returning to Hispaniola to find that La Navidad had been destroyed and its inhabitants killed after conflicts with the Taino. The establishment of a new settlement, Isabella, on Hispaniola, marked Columbus's transition from explorer to colonial administrator. Here, his skills were tested in different ways. The challenges of governing a remote outpost, managing relationships with indigenous populations, and satisfying the expectations of distant monarchs proved complex. Columbus instituted a tribute system requiring gold from the Taino, a policy that brought hardship to the indigenous people and revealed the more troubling aspects of European colonization. The pursuit of gold, that gleaming metal that had captured European imagination, began to overshadow the spirit of discovery that had characterized the first voyage. Columbus's third voyage, beginning in 1498, took him farther south. He reached Trinidad and explored part of the South American mainland, becoming the first European of his era to set foot on the continent that would later bear another explorer's name. The sight of the Orinoco River flowing into the ocean convinced Columbus that he had found a significant landmass, though he still believed it connected to Asia. He described these new shores with genuine wonder, noting the lushness of vegetation, the power of the river's current, the different appearance of the people they encountered. By this time, difficulties at the colony on Hispaniola had grown. Complaints about Columbus's governance had reached the Spanish court, leading to the appointment of Francisco de Bobadilla to investigate. Upon arriving in 1500, Bobadilla arrested Columbus and his brothers, sending them back to Spain in chains, a humiliating end to the third voyage for the man who had once been received with such honors. Though the monarchs quickly released Columbus and expressed regret for his treatment, his position had been irreparably weakened. Still, the spirit of exploration remained strong in Columbus. His fourth and final voyage, undertaken in 1502, focused on finding a passage to the Indian Ocean, which he believed must exist somewhere along the Central American coast. This journey brought new hardships, violent storms, hostile encounters with indigenous groups, worm-damaged ships that eventually had to be abandoned on Jamaica. Columbus and his crew were stranded for a year before rescue arrived. During this time, Columbus correctly predicted a lunar eclipse, using this knowledge to convince the local population to continue providing food to his stranded men. A clever application of astronomical learning that may have saved their lives. Throughout these voyages, Columbus's achievements in navigation stand as perhaps his most significant technical contribution. His ability to sail across the open Atlantic and return, not once, but 4 times, demonstrated a mastery of seafaring that advanced European capabilities. He developed techniques for measuring latitude in the northern hemisphere by observing the North Star, and in the southern hemisphere by tracking the movement of the guard stars of the Southern Cross. His observations of Atlantic wind patterns, particularly the trade winds that blow from east to west near the equator, and the westerlies that blow from west to east in higher latitudes, provided knowledge that would benefit generations of future sailors. Columbus's careful documentation of his observations created a foundation for future exploration. His descriptions of currents, weather patterns, marine life, and coastal features gave subsequent voyagers valuable information about what they might encounter. His practice of mapping newly discovered lands, though limited by the technology of his time, began the process of incorporating the Americas into European geographical understanding. Each island visited, each coastline traced, each harbor sounded added details to the emerging picture of a world larger and more complex than previously imagined. The plants and animals Columbus brought back to Europe introduced the Old World to species previously unknown. Maize, potatoes, tomatoes, tobacco, turkeys, and many others that would eventually transform European agriculture, cuisine, and economy. Similarly, European crops, livestock, and technologies brought to the Americas initiated ecological and agricultural changes of enormous consequence. This Columbian exchange, as historians would later call it, represents one of the most significant processes of biological transfer in human history, altering landscapes, diets, and populations on both sides of the Atlantic. Beyond these tangible contributions, Columbus's voyages catalyzed a profound shift in European consciousness. The realization that entire continents existed beyond the boundaries of the known world challenged established geographical theories and opened new horizons of possibility. Exploration became not merely a practical endeavor, but a philosophical one, an expansion of human knowledge that raised questions about the nature of humanity itself. If such lands and peoples could exist unknown to European awareness for millennia, what other discoveries might await? What might be learned from these encounters with difference? The legacy of Columbus is complex and cannot be separated from the darker aspects of European colonization that followed in his wake. The Spanish settlements he established became footholds for an empire that would bring tremendous suffering to indigenous populations through disease, warfare, displacement, and forced labor. The pursuit of gold that motivated much of Columbus's activity after the first voyage foreshadowed centuries of resource extraction that would reshape the Americas environmentally and demographically. These consequences, though not fully foreseeable to Columbus himself, remain inextricably linked to his achievements. As Columbus returned to Spain for the final time in 1504, his health failing and his reputation diminished, he could not have fully comprehended the historical significance of what he had begun. He died in 1506, still believing he had reached Asia, never fully recognizing that his greatest discovery was not finding a new route to a known destination, but revealing the existence of continents previously unimagined by European geography. This misunderstanding does not diminish the magnitude of his achievement, but rather highlights the nature of discovery itself. We often find what we were not seeking, and the true significance of our actions may remain invisible to us. The gentle waves that had carried Columbus across the Atlantic continued their eternal rhythm long after his passing. The stars by which he navigated still shone in the night sky. The lands he encountered continued their own histories, forever altered by the connection he had established and the knowledge he had gathered through study and observation, through triumph and hardship, became part of humanity's collective understanding, a chapter in our shared story of exploration and encounter, of wonder and consequence, of the endless human desire to venture beyond the horizon and discover what lies beyond. As we drift toward sleep, we might imagine Columbus in his final days, perhaps gazing out a window toward the sea that had defined his life, his thoughts moving like slow currents between memories of distant shores and reflections on a journey that had taken him farther than he ever intended to go. In that space between wakefulness and dreams, we too can voyage across time and understanding, carried by the gentle waves of history toward shores of deeper comprehension about our shared human story and the complex legacy of those who changed its course. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. As Columbus returned to Spain for the final time in 1504, his health failing and his reputation diminished, he could not have fully comprehended the historical significance of what he had begun. He died in 1506, still believing he had reached Asia, never fully recognizing that his greatest discovery was not finding a new route to a known destination, but revealing the existence of continents previously unimagined by European geography. This misunderstanding does not diminish the magnitude of his achievement, but rather highlights the nature of discovery itself. We often find what we were not seeking, and the true significance of our actions may remain invisible to us in the quieter moments of his life, away from the rolling decks of ships and the scrutiny of royal courts. Christopher Columbus was a man of simple pleasures and complex thoughts. The soft glow of candlelight would often illuminate his chambers late into the evening as he sat with his journals, quill moving unhurriedly across parchment. Columbus found solace in writing, not just navigational notes and observations of new lands, but personal reflections that revealed a contemplative soul beneath the explorer's exterior. His handwriting, flowing with a gentle rhythm across the page, carried the weight of his innermost thoughts, dreams that extended beyond horizons, and doubts that visited him in the stillness of night. During his final years in Valladolid, Columbus developed a fondness for tending a small garden behind his modest residence. Though his body was weakened by years at sea and the arthritis that had settled into his joints, he would still rise with the morning light to care for the herbs and flowering plants that reminded him of botanical wonders he had encountered in distant lands. The feeling of soil between his fingers connected him to the earth in a way that sailing never could, grounding him after a lifetime spent chasing the meeting point of sea and sky. Neighbors would sometimes glimpse him in these peaceful moments, a once commanding admiral now gently coaxing life from seeds, his movements slow and deliberate, his expression serene, with the simple joy of nurturing growth. Music drifted through Columbus's life like a gentle current. Though not a musician himself, he appreciated the melodies that filled Spanish taverns and royal courts alike. He particularly enjoyed the soft strumming of the vihuela, a stringed instrument whose notes seemed to capture both melancholy and hope in equal measure. On evenings when his pain subsided enough to allow visitors, he would sometimes invite local musicians to play in his chambers, closing his eyes as the music transported him away from his physical discomfort to remembered shores where unfamiliar rhythms had once greeted his ears. These musical interludes became increasingly important as his mobility decreased, offering voyages of the mind when his body could no longer sail. Columbus maintained a small but cherished collection of books throughout his life, carrying select volumes even on his voyages. Beyond the navigational texts and astronomical guides essential to his profession. He found comfort in works of philosophy and religious contemplation. The writings of Marco Polo had inspired his early ambitions. But as he aged, Columbus increasingly turned to the reflective words of Thomas à Kempis, whose Imitation of Christ offered spiritual guidance during nights when sleep eluded him. The soft rustle of turning pages became a soothing ritual, each word absorbed slowly and thoughtfully, as if savoring a fine wine. The explorer's relationship with food evolved throughout his life, shaped by necessity at sea and opportunity at court. In his final years, Columbus developed an appreciation for the simple flavors of his childhood in Genoa. Fresh bread dipped in olive oil, ripe figs warmed by the sun, the clean taste of fish prepared with lemon and herbs, though his status would have allowed for elaborate meals. He often preferred uncomplicated dishes that connected him to memories of family gatherings before fame and controversy had complicated his life. He would sometimes spend hours describing tropical fruits he had discovered to his cook, attempting to recreate flavors that existed only in his memory. A sweet mango, or the surprising tartness of pineapple, becoming portals to distant experiences. Columbus's family relationships reveal a man divided between ambition and affection. His marriage to Philippa Moniz Perestrello had introduced him to valuable navigational knowledge through her family's maritime connections. But their time together was brief before her death. Their son Diego remained a constant presence in Columbus's life, though their relationship was sometimes strained by the explorer's long absences, and later by disagreements over the family's rightful claims to titles and rewards. In his quieter moments, Columbus would sometimes express regret that his pursuit of discovery had taken him away from watching his son grow, missing the small daily miracles of childhood that, unlike new continents, could never be rediscovered once past. His relationship with Beatriz Enriquez de Orana, mother of his second son Fernando, existed in a gentle shadow between formal recognition and private devotion. Though they never married, Columbus provided for her throughout his life and mentioned her with affection in his will. In letters to Fernando, Columbus's words reveal a tender paternal pride, especially as his younger son showed scholarly inclinations. During his final years, Fernando's visits brought particular joy. The young man's eager questions about distant lands and peoples, allowing Columbus to revisit his adventures through the fresh perspective of his son's curiosity. Sleep came unevenly to Columbus throughout his life. At sea, he had developed the habit of taking brief rest periods rather than long stretches of uninterrupted slumber, a pattern that persisted even when he returned to land. In his later years, as pain from gout and arthritis intensified, his nights became increasingly fragmented. He developed rituals to court elusive sleep: a warm drink of honeyed wine, the soft repetition of prayers learned in childhood, and the gentle weight of extra blankets, even in warm weather, perhaps recreating the comforting pressure of snug ship's quarters during ocean swells. Dawn held special significance for Columbus, who had spent countless mornings watching the sun emerge from the sea's embrace. Even in his final years, when health permitted, he would position himself to observe this daily renewal, finding in it a reassurance that transcended his physical decline and the disappointments of court politics. There was something in the quality of early morning light that seemed to illuminate not just the physical world, but the chambers of memory, allowing him to revisit moments of discovery with a clarity that often faded as the day progressed. The explorer maintained a complex relationship with faith throughout his life. Though his voyages had practical and economic motivations, Columbus also carried a deep spiritual conviction about his mission to bring Christianity to new lands. In private moments, he would often read from his well-worn copy of the book of Isaiah, finding particular resonance in passages about islands and distant shores. His personal devotions became increasingly important as court favor waned, providing a sense of purpose that transcended worldly recognition. He kept a small altar in his bedchamber, adorned with a silver crucifix he had carried on all his voyages, its surface smoothed by years of handling during storms and uncertainties. Columbus found unexpected pleasure in observing the night sky from land rather than sea. Without the constant motion of a ship's deck, he could trace constellations with greater precision, reconnecting with celestial guides that had directed his journeys. On clear evenings, he would sometimes have a chair placed near his window, where he would sit wrapped in blankets, mapping the heavens with his gaze, and occasionally making notes about stellar positions with the same careful attention he had once given to ocean currents and wind patterns. The natural world had always spoken to Columbus in a language he understood intuitively. Even confined by illness, he maintained this connection through small observances, noting the migration patterns of birds visible from his window, tracking seasonal changes in the quality of light, collecting interesting stones and shells brought to him by visitors aware of his curiosity. He kept a particularly beautiful nautilus shell on the table beside his bed, its spiral chambers echoing the mathematical perfection he had always sensed underlying the apparent chaos of nature. Conversation remained one of Columbus's greatest pleasures as his physical world contracted. Visitors often remarked on his ability to listen with complete attention, his questions revealing a mind still hungry for knowledge of distant places and peoples. He particularly enjoyed speaking with younger sailors and mapmakers, whose fresh perspectives and recent observations allowed him vicarious participation in ongoing explorations. These exchanges would often continue until Columbus's strength waned, his voice growing softer, but his engagement unwavering, until sleep finally claimed him. Dreams carried Columbus back to sea with remarkable consistency in the fluid realm between sleeping and waking. He would often find himself once again standing on a ship's deck, feeling the living pulse of waves beneath wooden planks, scanning horizons unbounded by walls or illness. He sometimes spoke of these dreams to Fernando, describing them not as mere memories, but as continued explorations, journeys of spirit undertaken while his body rested. There was a quality of peace in his voice when he shared these nocturnal voyages, as if they offered reconciliation between the competing desires that had shaped his life. The call to discover and the yearning for home. As evening shadows lengthened across his room in Valladolid, Columbus would often request that his window remain open, allowing the sounds and scents of the world to reach him, even as his own movements became increasingly limited. The distant laughter of children playing, the call of vendors in the street, the fragrance of cooking fires and flowering trees. These sensory connections reminded him that discovery continues in small ways even when grand expeditions end, that each day offers its own new world to those attentive enough to notice. In these final quiet harbors of his life, Christopher Columbus revealed himself not just as the admiral who had crossed an ocean, but as a man who noticed how light changed the color of water throughout the day, who could identify dozens of different seabirds by their calls alone, who remembered the names of sailors who had served under him decades earlier, who could be moved to tears by a particularly beautiful sunset. The same attention to detail that had made him a successful navigator allowed him to find meaning in increasingly confined circumstances. His curiosity undiminished, even as his horizons narrowed. As sleep approaches, we might imagine Columbus on his final evening, the May air of Castile drifting through his window, carrying the scent of olive groves and distant rain. Perhaps he dreamed once more of salt spray and billowing sails, of shores appearing like miracles from morning mist. Perhaps, in that liminal space between worlds, he finally understood that discovery is not merely about finding new lands, but about seeing with new eyes, that the greatest voyages are those that transform the traveler. And as our own consciousness drifts toward sleep, we too become explorers, sailing toward dreams on the gentle current of history's endless tide. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. In these final quiet harbors of his life, Christopher Columbus revealed himself not just as the admiral who had crossed an ocean, but as a man who noticed how light changed the color of water throughout the day, who could identify dozens of different seabirds by their calls alone, who remembered the names of sailors who had served under him decades earlier, who could be moved to tears by a particularly beautiful sunset. The same attention to detail that had made him a successful navigator allowed him to find meaning in increasingly confined circumstances. His curiosity undiminished, even as his horizons narrowed. Long before these peaceful final days, Columbus faced a sea of troubles that ebbed and flowed throughout his life like the very tides that carried his ships across uncharted waters. His journey toward becoming the celebrated explorer was lined with countless obstacles, much like the shoreline of an unfamiliar coast, jagged with unexpected difficulties and smooth stretches of calm. As a young man born to a modest wool weaver in Genoa, Columbus first encountered the resistance of social standing. The gentle waves of his early ambition lapped against the unyielding cliffs of nobility and privilege. Those born to wealth and title looked upon the merchant's son with dismissive eyes, their voices soft, but cutting like a cool breeze through thin clothing. Yet Columbus possessed a patience that would serve him well throughout his life. He moved through these early social barriers with the same steady determination that would later guide his ships through uncertain waters, learning to navigate the complex currents of patronage and favor. His education, too, came not from formal institutions, but from the rolling university of experience. While others studied classical texts in hallowed halls, Columbus learned from the whispered knowledge of seasoned sailors, from dog-eared charts and well-worn compass roses. He absorbed languages slowly, like morning dew gathering on leaves, picking up Portuguese and Spanish alongside his native Italian. Each new word a small treasure collected and stored for future use. This gradual accumulation of practical wisdom would sustain him through many long nights when formal credentials might have opened doors more easily. Perhaps the most soothing lesson we might draw from Columbus's life is how he embraced the gentle art of patience. For nearly a decade, he carried his dream of a westward route to Asia like a smooth stone in his pocket, turning it over and over, polishing it with constant thought. He approached monarch after monarch, each refusal washing over him like a wave that momentarily pushes a swimmer backward, but does not prevent eventual progress toward the shore. The Portuguese court first heard his proposal in the early 1480s, when Columbus was still a young man with more enthusiasm than influence. Their scholars reviewed his calculations and found them wanting, suggesting the distance to Asia would be far greater than Columbus had estimated. In truth, they were correct, though neither they nor Columbus could have known what lands actually lay between Europe and Asia. The rejection came not as a sudden storm, but as a slow-building fog, gradually obscuring the path he had hoped to follow. Rather than allowing disappointment to settle over him like heavy dew, Columbus adjusted his course. He moved to Spain, where the marriage of Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon had created new possibilities. Here, too, he encountered the soft resistance of skepticism. A commission appointed by the monarchs considered his proposal for years. The slow turning of bureaucratic wheels matching the patient rotation of seasons. During this time, Columbus lived modestly, occasionally selling maps and charts to support himself and his son Diego, who had been left in his care after the passing of his wife. The waiting stretched like the long shadows of late afternoon, year after year. Columbus would sometimes walk along the harbor, watching ships come and go, their sails filling with winds that might have carried his own vessels had his proposals found favor. The scent of distant spices from incoming merchant ships must have reminded him constantly of his delayed dream. Each cinnamon-laden breeze a whisper of what might still be possible. In these years of waiting, Columbus experienced the particular challenge of maintaining belief in oneself when others do not share that faith. It is a special kind of solitude to hold a vision that others cannot see, to feel the certainty of something unproven. He carried this solitude with him like sailors carry the memory of land when at sea, a comfort and burden both. Each night as he fell asleep, perhaps he imagined the creaking of ship timbers instead of the sounds of his modest lodgings, the gentle rocking of waves rather than the stillness of land. When Spain finally rejected his proposal in 1490, Columbus prepared to leave for France, the persistence of his dream outlasting the patience of his hosts. It was then that fortune shifted like a sudden change in wind direction. Supporters at the Spanish court convinced Isabella to reconsider, and in April 1492, after nearly a decade of proposals and rejections, Columbus received the royal sponsorship he had sought for so long. Yet even with royal approval secured like a ship, safely anchored in harbor, new challenges appeared on the horizon. Finding crew members willing to sail into the unknown presented its own difficulties. Sailors, practical men intimately familiar with the sea's dangers, were understandably hesitant to venture beyond the edges of known maps. Columbus had to overcome their fears with a combination of royal authority, promised rewards, and his own quiet confidence. Some men were convinced by logic, others by opportunity, and still others by the simple human desire to be part of something unprecedented. As provisions were gathered and ships prepared, Columbus faced the logistical challenges that attend any great undertaking: the selection of vessels, the calculation of supplies, the 1,000 small decisions that would determine success or failure. All these rested on his shoulders like a captain's heavy coat. The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria were not the grand vessels of later exploration, but smaller ships adapted for an uncertain journey. Columbus chose them with the care of someone selecting traveling companions for a journey from which they might not return. When the small fleet finally departed from Palos de la Frontera on August 3, 1492, Columbus might have felt a momentary relief, the years of preparation giving way to action. But as the coastline of Europe faded like a dream upon waking, new worries emerged from the endless horizon ahead. The crews grew increasingly anxious as weeks passed with no sight of land, their trust in Columbus, wearing thin like rope, stretched too tight for too long. The gentle rhythm of waves against the hull became a constant reminder of their isolation. Each day, without sighting land, added to the growing tension aboard the ships. The men began to whisper of turning back, their voices mixing with the sound of wind through rigging. Columbus maintained his course with the same patience that had sustained him through years of rejection, his eyes constantly searching the horizon for any change, any sign. When signs did appear, floating vegetation, birds flying westward, changes in the quality of light at sunset, Columbus noted them with the careful attention of someone reading a letter from a distant loved one, finding meaning in details others might overlook. He used these observations to reassure his increasingly frightened crew, pointing to each natural indicator as evidence that their destination approached. The famous agreement with his crew to turn back if land was not sighted within 3 days represents perhaps the most delicate negotiation of his career. With mutiny a whispered possibility carried on the salt air, Columbus balanced his unshakable belief against the very real limits of human endurance. When land was finally sighted on October 12, 1492, it must have appeared to Columbus not just as the fulfillment of a geographical prediction, but as the physical manifestation of his decade-long faith. Yet discovery brought new challenges as gentle as rainfall, but as persistent. The lands Columbus found were not the spice-rich Asian shores he sought, but something else entirely. The indigenous Taino people he encountered were not the subjects of the Great Khan, but communities with their own complex societies. The gold he had promised his sponsors was present, but not in the abundance he had hoped. These realizations accumulated slowly, like sand, gradually revealing a new shoreline. His subsequent voyages brought increasingly difficult trials. On his second expedition, he returned to find the settlement he had established destroyed, and its inhabitants gone. The colonists he brought to establish a more permanent presence fell to disease and conflict. Spanish nobles who accompanied him expected immediate wealth and grew resentful when reality failed to match their golden dreams. As Columbus attempted to govern the new colonies, he encountered the challenge of leadership without adequate preparation. He was a navigator by training and temperament, more comfortable charting courses than creating systems of governance. His attempts to balance the demands of the crown, the expectations of settlers, and what he perceived as the needs of the indigenous peoples resulted in policies that satisfied none and harmed many. The administrative skills that might have made him an effective governor were as absent as the Asian shores he had expected to find. By his third voyage, Columbus faced open rebellion from Spanish settlers who sent complaints back to the monarchs. When Francisco de Bobadilla arrived as royal investigator in 1500, Columbus found himself arrested and returned to Spain in chains. A humiliation as heavy as the iron links that bound him, though Ferdinand and Isabella released him upon his return and expressed regret for his treatment. His reputation had suffered damage as irreparable as a ship broken on hidden reefs. His fourth and final voyage proved the most physically challenging. Storms of extraordinary ferocity pursued his ships like hungry predators. When denied entry to the colony at Hispaniola, Columbus was forced to seek shelter from a hurricane. His knowledge of weather patterns saving his crew, while ships that had denied him harbor were destroyed. Later, shipworms reduced his vessels to floating wreckage, forcing him and his crews to remain stranded on Jamaica for nearly a year. During this time, Columbus experienced the particular loneliness of leadership during crisis, responsible for the lives of his men, yet increasingly limited in his options. He employed his knowledge of astronomy to predict a lunar eclipse, using this demonstration to convince the local indigenous population to continue providing food for his stranded crews. This clever solution revealed his adaptive intelligence, his ability to use knowledge in unexpected ways when conventional paths forward were blocked. When Columbus finally returned to Spain in 1504, he found himself facing the final challenge that comes to all who live long enough: the recognition that some dreams remain unfulfilled, some journeys incomplete, his health declining like the slow ebbing of a tide, his influence at court diminished. Columbus spent his remaining years pursuing recognition of the titles and privileges he believed were his due under his agreement with the Spanish crown. These final struggles were conducted not on the dramatic stage of ocean voyages, but in the quiet corridors of legal proceedings and royal petitions. Columbus approached them with the same persistence that had characterized his pursuit of sponsorship decades earlier. Though now his energy waned like daylight in late afternoon, the man who had crossed an ocean found himself unable to navigate the shifting currents of court politics and legal claims with the same success. As sleep draws nearer, we might find comfort in how Columbus faced these setbacks with a resilience that neither denied difficulty nor surrendered to it. Each obstacle was met not with the dramatic resistance of crashing waves, but with the patient persistence of water slowly finding its path around stone. His responses to challenges reveal a man who understood that some forces cannot be overcome directly, but must be accommodated, adapted to, or circumvented with patience. In his final years, when Columbus reflected on the challenges he had faced, perhaps he found wisdom in how each difficulty had shaped his path in ways he could not have anticipated. The rejections that delayed his first voyage allowed him time to refine his plans. The navigational challenges of the crossing taught him to read the ocean's subtle language more fluently. Even his failures as a governor may have deepened his understanding of human nature and the complexity of creating new societies as our own consciousness drifts toward the shores of sleep. We might carry with us this gentle wisdom from Columbus's life, that obstacles are not merely barriers, but also teachers, that patience often succeeds where force would fail, and that even incomplete journeys and imperfect discoveries can change the world in ways their discoverers never imagined. And as we sail toward dreams on the gentle current of history's endless tide, we too become explorers of inner worlds as vast and unknown as any ocean Columbus ever crossed, drifting like clouds across the evening sky. We now move to the next part of this calming life story. In the soft glow of candlelight that would have illuminated the maps and charts of the 15th century, we find the story of Christopher Columbus unfolding like a gentle tide washing upon distant shores. His life began in Genoa, Italy, around 1451, when Europe was slowly awakening from the medieval period, stretching its consciousness toward what would later be called the Renaissance. The world into which Columbus was born moved at a pace we might find soothing in our hurried modern existence, a world where news traveled no faster than a horse could gallop or a ship could sail. Imagine the harbor of Genoa in those days, the water lapping softly against wooden hulls, the gentle creak of ships at anchor, the distant calls of merchants and sailors, creating a lullaby of commerce and adventure. Young Columbus would have grown up with these sounds drifting through his window. Perhaps, as you now drift toward the peaceful waters of sleep, the Mediterranean Sea that Columbus first sailed was a tapestry of cultures and traditions, Muslim influences from North Africa and the Middle East blended with Christian European traditions, creating a rich cultural landscape where ideas and goods flowed like gentle currents. The spices, silks, and knowledge that traveled these waters would later inspire Columbus to dream of new routes to distant lands. During Columbus's childhood, the world was experiencing a profound transformation. Constantinople fell to the Ottoman Turks in 1453, sending ripples of change throughout Europe. Scholars carrying ancient Greek and Roman texts found refuge in Italian cities, bringing with them knowledge that had been preserved in the Byzantine Empire for centuries. These ideas spread like soft whispers through the intellectual communities of Europe, gradually changing how people understood their world. The invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg around 1440 meant that knowledge could be shared more widely than ever before. Books, once precious objects handwritten by monks in quiet scriptoria, could now be reproduced more easily. Imagine the gentle turning of those pages, the quiet revolution of ideas spreading across Europe like a soft blanket of new possibilities. Columbus came of age during this time of awakening curiosity. The Portuguese were venturing down the coast of Africa, each voyage reaching a bit further than the last, like a hand slowly extending into the unknown. Prince Henry the Navigator had established his school of navigation at Sagres, where the accumulated wisdom of sailors, cartographers, and astronomers gathered like gentle rain, filling a cistern of knowledge. The night sky that guided these early explorers was the same one that now watches over your journey toward sleep. Stars wheeled overhead in patterns that sailors learned to read like a celestial road map. The North Star, constant and unwavering, provided a fixed point around which everything else seemed to turn, much like how certain truths anchor our lives as circumstances change around us. Columbus learned the art of navigation in this era, when it was still as much intuition as science. Sailors observed the color of the water, the types of birds that flew overhead, the patterns of clouds on the horizon. They felt the direction of the wind on their faces and sensed changes in the air that might signal approaching weather. There is something deeply soothing in imagining this connection to nature's rhythms, this attunement to the subtle language of the natural world. The maps Columbus studied showed a world still largely unknown to Europeans. Africa extended downward, its full extent still being explored by Portuguese ships that inched their way along its coastline year by year. Asia lay to the east, a land of spices and silks, of wealth beyond imagining. Between Europe and Asia on these maps was simply the ocean sea, a vast expanse of water whose breadth no one truly knew. Some scholars believed it might be possible to sail westward from Europe to reach the eastern shores of Asia. This idea settled into Columbus's mind like a seed that would slowly grow into his life's great purpose. The political landscape of Europe during Columbus's early years was as fluid as the seas he would later sail. Spain was not yet the unified country it would become. The marriage of Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon in 1469 began the process of unifying the Spanish kingdoms. But Granada remained under Moorish control until 1492, the same year Columbus would first set sail across the Atlantic. This reconquista, or reconquest, of the Iberian Peninsula from Muslim rule had occupied Spanish energies and resources for generations, creating a culture accustomed to expansion and conquest. Columbus spent his early seafaring years learning the patterns of the ocean, the way waves moved beneath his ship, the feel of the wind as it filled the sails. He sailed to England, Ireland, and possibly Iceland. He lived in Portugal for a time, where he married Philippa Manes Perestrilo, the daughter of a Portuguese nobleman and navigator. In the quiet evenings after long days at sea, perhaps Columbus and his wife spoke of distant shores and the possibilities that lay beyond the horizon, their voices a gentle murmur like the soft conversation of waves against the shore. The loss of his wife, after only a few years of marriage, must have washed over Columbus like a cold tide. He was left with their son Diego and a dream that was slowly taking shape, a vision of sailing westward across the ocean sea to reach the Indies. This dream would carry him through grief, through rejection, through years of patient persistence, as he sought support for his voyage. Columbus began to seek patronage for his westward voyage in the early 1480s. His ideas were based on a fundamental miscalculation. He believed the world to be much smaller than it actually is, and Asia to be much larger. He thought the ocean separating Europe from Asia could be crossed in a matter of weeks. Scholars at the courts of Portugal and later Spain recognized this error and initially rejected his proposals. Yet Columbus held to his belief with the gentle stubbornness of water slowly wearing away stone. The world of the late 15th century moved to the rhythms of the seasons and the cycles of religious observance. Time was marked by church bells ringing across towns and countryside, calling people to prayer, to rest, to community. Columbus would have lived by these same rhythms, his days shaped by sunrise and sunset, his years by the turning of religious festivals and holy days. There is comfort in imagining this slower pace, this natural unfolding of time, unmarked by the constant digital reminders that fragment our modern attention. After years of seeking support, Columbus finally received the backing of the Spanish monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella in 1492. The timing was significant. Granada, the last Moorish stronghold in Spain, had finally fallen to Christian forces. Spain was unified and looking outward, ready for new ventures. The Spanish monarchs, flush with victory and eager to compete with Portuguese expansion, agreed to fund Columbus's voyage west. Imagine the harbor at Palos in the warm August of 1492, as Columbus prepared his 3 small ships, the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. The gentle lapping of waves against wooden hulls, the soft creaking of ropes and timbers, the murmured conversations of sailors preparing for a journey into the unknown. Some came willingly, drawn by the promise of adventure and reward. Others were reluctant, pressed into service or serving in lieu of criminal sentences. All faced their fears as they looked out at the vast ocean that stretched beyond the limits of their knowledge. The Atlantic crossing that began on August 3, 1492, was a journey into uncertainty. As the shores of the Canary Islands faded behind them, Columbus and his crew entered a world where European ships had never sailed before. Days passed with nothing but the endless rhythm of waves, the whisper of wind in the sails, the occasional cry of birds that grew fewer as they moved further from land. The gentle rocking of the ships might remind us of the soothing motion that carries us towards sleep, a surrender to forces larger than ourselves. The men marked the passage of time by the rising and setting of the sun, by the phases of the moon that illuminated the water with silver light, by the slow wheeling of stars overhead. They watched the compass needle that pointed always to the north, a constant amid the changing seas. They measured their progress by casting a log overboard and counting how quickly the ship moved away from it. A simple technology for a journey of immense ambition. As September turned to October, tension grew among the crew. They had sailed further west than any European expedition before them, and still there was no sign of land. The wind that had carried them swiftly across the Atlantic now seemed a force of exile, taking them further from everything familiar. Columbus maintained a double log of their progress, one for the crew that underestimated the distance they had traveled, and one for himself that recorded their true position. This gentle deception was meant to ease the fears of men who worried they had gone too far to return. Signs of land began to appear like whispered promises, floating vegetation, birds that could not fly far from shore, the quality of the air changing subtly. On October 11, the crew spotted a branch with berries floating in the water, a small piece of carved wood, evidence of human presence. That night, Columbus himself saw a light in the distance, flickering like a candle flame on the horizon, and in the soft light of dawn on October 12, 1492, a sailor named Rodrigo de Triana called out the words they had longed to hear: tierra. Land, land, the island they encountered, which Columbus named San Salvador, was in the Bahamas. Though the exact identity of this first landfall remains debated by historians, Columbus believed he had reached the outer islands of Asia, perhaps Japan, or islands near China. He could not know that he had encountered a hemisphere unknown to Europeans, a vast double continent that would later be named America. The Taino people who greeted Columbus and his men approached with caution, but also with gifts and curiosity. In Columbus's journal, he described them as handsome, peaceful people who wore no clothing and seemed to own little property. The encounter between these two worlds, European and Taino, was like two dreams intersecting, two entirely different understandings of reality, meeting on a shore washed by the same ocean. Columbus continued his exploration, sailing to Cuba and Hispaniola, modern Haiti and Dominican Republic. He searched for gold, for spices, for evidence that he had reached Asia. He found some gold, but not the abundant riches he had anticipated. Still, he returned to Spain in 1493, convinced of the value of his discovery, unaware that he had opened a door to a world entirely different from what he imagined. The remaining years of Columbus's life unfolded like a story, with moments of triumph and disappointment, achievement and failure. He made 3 more voyages across the Atlantic, exploring more of the Caribbean, touching the mainland of South America, searching always for a passage to Asia that did not exist. He faced storms at sea, the loss of ships, mutiny among his crews, conflicts with indigenous peoples, and with Spanish settlers. His efforts to govern the colonies he established revealed the limitations of a man trained as a navigator, not as an administrator or diplomat. His harsh treatment of both indigenous peoples and Spanish settlers led to his arrest and temporary disgrace. Yet, he continued to believe in the importance of his discoveries, continued to seek recognition, and the rewards he felt he deserved. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. As the gentle evening star rises in the darkening sky, let us drift back through the mists of time to consider the life of Christopher Columbus, that complex figure whose journeys across the vast Atlantic Ocean changed the course of human history. Settle comfortably as we explore the quieter corners of his story, the moments that shaped him, the dreams that drove him forward across uncertain waters. Born in Genoa, Italy, sometime around 1451, young Christopher grew up breathing the salt air of a bustling port city. Imagine him as a child, walking along the stone quays, watching ships come and go, their sails billowing like clouds against the blue Mediterranean sky. His father was a wool weaver and merchant, a humble beginning for a boy whose name would one day be known across continents. As a young man, Columbus would spend hours watching the horizon, feeling the gentle pull of distant shores calling to him across the waters. Long before his famous voyages, Columbus learned the ways of the sea. Picture him as a young sailor, perhaps just 15 or 16, feeling the deck roll beneath his feet, learning to read the stars and winds, to understand the moods of the ocean that would become his path to both glory and sorrow. On one early voyage, his ship was attacked by pirates off the coast of Portugal. The vessels caught fire in the struggle, and Columbus, thrown into the sea, clung to a floating oar and slowly paddled his way 6 miles to shore. This brush with death, perhaps, gave him that quiet determination that would later sustain him through many trials. In Portugal, Columbus married Philippa Moniz Perestrilo, the daughter of a respectable family with connections to maritime exploration. They settled for a time on Porto Santo, a small island near Madeira, where Philippa's father had once been governor. Imagine them in their island home, with Columbus poring over his father-in-law's charts and journals by candlelight, the soft sound of waves always in the background. As the idea of a western route to Asia began to take shape in his mind, Columbus and Philippa had a son, Diego, but their time together was brief. Philippa passed away, leaving Columbus a widower with a young child. This personal loss coincided with his growing conviction about the possibility of reaching Asia by sailing west. He began to seek sponsorship for his venture, a quest that would take years of patient persuasion and disappointment before success. There is a gentle irony in how Columbus developed his theories. While he is often portrayed as a visionary who believed the earth was round when others thought it flat, most educated Europeans of his time already knew the world was spherical. Columbus's miscalculation was actually in underestimating the size of the earth. He believed the distance from Europe to Asia by the western route would be much shorter than it actually was had the Americas not existed to interrupt his journey. His ships would never have carried enough provisions to reach Asia, and his story might have ended as a tragic footnote in maritime history. For years, Columbus carried his dream from court to court, seeking patronage. Imagine him waiting in antechambers, rehearsing his arguments, facing skepticism and rejection. The Portuguese court declined his proposal. He sent his brother Bartholomew to England to seek support from Henry VII, but without success. The French court also showed little interest. These were years of patient persistence, of believing in a vision when few others did. Finally, after nearly a decade of seeking sponsorship, Columbus found support from Queen Isabella of Castile. There is a story, perhaps more legend than fact, that Isabella pawned her jewels to finance Columbus's expedition. While this romantic tale has persisted through centuries, historical records suggest the funding came from other sources, including Italian bankers and conversos, Spanish Jews who had converted to Christianity. Nevertheless, the image of a queen believing in an explorer's dream adds a touch of poetry to the practical matter of financing 3 small ships. As Columbus prepared for his first voyage, he faced the challenge of recruiting crew members. Many sailors were reluctant to venture into the unknown. With an unproven captain, Columbus visited the port of Palos, where some men were convinced to join, while others were actually released from jail on condition they sail with him. Imagine the atmosphere on those 3 small vessels, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, as they set sail on August 3, 1492. A mixture of hope, fear, and resignation among the approximately 90 men who embarked on this uncertain journey. During the voyage, Columbus kept 2 logs, one with the true distance they had traveled, and another with shorter distances that he showed to his crew to prevent them from becoming too frightened by how far they had ventured from familiar shores. As the days stretched into weeks with no sight of land, the men grew increasingly anxious. The gentle rolling of the waves, once soothing, became a constant reminder of their isolation on the vast ocean. On October 10, 1492, the tension reached a breaking point. Some accounts suggest the crew threatened mutiny if land was not sighted soon. Columbus asked for just 3 more days, promising to turn back if land remained elusive. As if answering his plea, signs of land began to appear: floating vegetation, birds flying overhead, a carved stick retrieved from the water. These small treasures brought renewed hope to weary sailors. Then came that moment that has echoed through centuries. In the early morning hours of October 12, 1492, a lookout on the Pinta spotted land. Imagine the first faint line of shore emerging from the darkness, the calls passing from ship to ship, the men gathering on deck to witness the end of their long journey across unknown waters. The land they had reached was an island in the Bahamas, which Columbus named San Salvador, though the indigenous Taino people called it Guanahani. Columbus believed he had reached the outer islands of Asia, perhaps Japan or the East Indies. He continued his exploration, sailing to Cuba and Hispaniola, modern Haiti and Dominican Republic. He searched for gold, for spices, for evidence that he had reached Asia. He found some gold, but not the abundant riches he had anticipated. Still, he returned to Spain in 1493, convinced of the value of his discovery, unaware that he had opened a door to a world entirely different from what he imagined. The remaining years of Columbus's life unfolded like a story, with moments of triumph and disappointment, achievement and failure. He made 3 more voyages across the Atlantic, exploring more of the Caribbean, touching the mainland of South America, searching always for a passage to Asia that did not exist. He faced storms at sea, the loss of ships, mutiny among his crews, conflicts with indigenous peoples, and with Spanish settlers. His efforts to govern the colonies he established revealed the limitations of a man trained as a navigator, not as an administrator or diplomat. His harsh treatment of both indigenous peoples and Spanish settlers led to his arrest and temporary disgrace. Yet, he continued to believe in the importance of his discoveries, continued to seek recognition, and the rewards he felt he deserved. On his 4th and final voyage, Columbus and his crews faced extraordinary hardships. In 1502, they encountered a hurricane near Hispaniola that sank many ships. Columbus had predicted the storm based on his observations of the weather patterns and had sought shelter in a harbor. But the governor of Hispaniola had denied him entry. The fleet that had refused his warning was destroyed, while Columbus's ships survived. Later in that same voyage, shipworms damaged his vessels so severely that Columbus was forced to beach them on Jamaica. Stranded with his men for nearly a year, he faced a mutiny led by the Porras brothers. In a moment that reveals Columbus's knowledge of astronomy, he used his almanac to predict a lunar eclipse on February 29, 1504. He told the local Arawak people that his god was angry with them for not continuing to provide food to the stranded sailors, and that the moon would disappear as a sign of divine displeasure. When the eclipse occurred as predicted, the impressed Arawak resumed their assistance until rescue finally arrived. There is a poignant detail from Columbus's later years that speaks to his complex character. He took to signing his name with a peculiar cryptic signature that resembled a pyramid of letters and dots. This suggests how deeply he had come to identify with his role as the one who had carried Christianity across the ocean, even as his other dreams remained unfulfilled. In his final years, Columbus grew increasingly concerned with his legacy and the rewards promised to him. He engaged in legal battles with the Spanish crown over the titles and percentage of profits he had been guaranteed in his original agreement. Imagine him in those twilight years, perhaps sitting by a window in Valladolid, Spain, quill in hand, writing letters to defend his achievements and claim his due. While outside the world was changing in ways he could never have foreseen, Columbus died on May 20, 1506, at the age of 54, still believing he had reached Asia. He never knew that he had found continents previously unknown to Europeans, never understood the true magnitude of his achievement. His remains have had an odyssey of their own, being moved several times between Spain and the Americas, with some uncertainty still existing about their final resting place. A fitting metaphor, perhaps, for a man whose life and legacy remain subject to continuing reassessment. As we drift toward sleep, we might reflect on how Columbus's story reminds us of the human capacity for both vision and blindness, achievement and error. In the quiet darkness, we can imagine those 3 small ships setting out across an unknown ocean, carrying men whose courage and fear, wisdom and folly would change the course of history in ways none of them could possibly have imagined. The gentle waves that carried Columbus to new shores continue their eternal rhythm, a soothing reminder of the continuous flow of human striving, discovery, and the endless mystery of what lies beyond our horizon. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. In his final years, Columbus grew increasingly concerned with his legacy and the rewards promised to him. He engaged in legal battles with the Spanish crown over the titles and percentage of profits he had been guaranteed in his original agreement. Imagine him in those twilight years, perhaps sitting by a window in Valladolid, Spain, quill in hand, writing letters to defend his achievements and claim his due. While outside the world was changing in ways he could never have foreseen, the evening light would softly illuminate his parchment as Columbus penned his thoughts, his hand perhaps trembling slightly with age, and the ailments that increasingly troubled him, the arthritis that plagued his joints, likely worsened by years at sea, exposed to the elements, made writing difficult, but did not diminish his determination. The explorer who had once commanded ships across unknown waters now navigated the complex currents of royal politics and legal claims, a different kind of voyage altogether. During these years, Columbus compiled what became known as the Book of Privileges, a careful collection of royal decrees and agreements that outlined the rewards he had been promised. With meticulous attention, he gathered these documents as evidence of what he was owed: titles, governorships, and a percentage of the wealth flowing from the lands he had discovered. Like waves gently lapping against a shore, he patiently built his case, document by document, letter by letter. In the quiet of his room, Columbus might have reflected on the journey that had brought him to this point. Born in Genoa, Italy, to a modest family of weavers, He had risen to command the attention of monarchs and to forever change the understanding of the world. Yet now, in his final chapter, he found himself engaged not in exploration, but in litigation, seeking recognition that seemed increasingly elusive. The Spain that Columbus knew was changing rapidly around him. The wealth from the Americas was beginning to transform the nation, creating new centers of power and influence. Gold and silver flowed into Spanish coffers, enriching the monarchy and funding Spain's ascendance as a European power. Yet, Columbus himself saw little of this wealth. The man who had opened the door to this new era of Spanish prosperity found himself increasingly marginalized, watching others benefit from his discoveries. In these twilight years, Columbus's health declined steadily. The man who had once stood tall on the deck of the Santa Maria now found himself confined often to his bed. He suffered from what modern historians believe may have been Reiter's syndrome, a form of inflammatory arthritis. Along with malaria, he had likely contracted during his voyages. These ailments brought pain that ebbed and flowed like the tides he had once navigated, sometimes allowing him moments of clarity and activity, other times leaving him bedridden and dependent on others. Despite his physical decline, Columbus's mind remained active and engaged. He continued to believe firmly that he had reached Asia, never accepting what younger explorers were beginning to understand, that he had encountered entirely new continents. This misunderstanding colors our perception of Columbus today, reminding us how even the greatest discoveries can be accompanied by profound misinterpretations. Like stars partially obscured by clouds, truth and error mingled in his understanding of his own achievements as the seasons changed outside his window in Valladolid. Columbus continued his correspondence with the Spanish crown. King Ferdinand, now ruling without Queen Isabella, who had died in 1504, maintained a polite but increasingly distant relationship with the aging explorer. The passionate support Columbus had once enjoyed from Isabella was gone, leaving him to navigate court politics without his most powerful advocate. The Queen's death marked another kind of twilight in Columbus's life, the fading of a relationship that had made his voyages possible. In his quieter moments, Columbus might have found solace in his religious faith, which had always been a guiding force in his life. He had long believed that his voyages were not merely explorations, but fulfillments of divine purpose. In his personal writings, he sometimes referred to himself as a messenger of God, chosen to carry Christianity across the ocean. This spiritual dimension of his thinking provided comfort as his worldly status diminished, like a soft blanket warming him against the chill of royal neglect. Columbus prepared a will in these final years, dividing his possessions and claims among his sons. To Diego, his legitimate son, he left his main titles and claims, while ensuring that his second son, Fernando, born out of wedlock, but deeply loved, was also provided for. This careful attention to his legacy extended beyond material concerns to his reputation, and how future generations would remember his achievements. Like a gardener planting seeds that would bloom long after his departure, he tried to ensure that his discoveries would be properly attributed and remembered. The world Columbus had helped to create was already moving beyond him. Younger explorers like Amerigo Vespucci were beginning to understand the true nature of the lands Columbus had reached. Maps were being drawn that showed these territories not as extensions of Asia, but as new continents. The term New World was entering the vocabulary of Europeans, though Columbus himself never embraced this concept. Like a river flowing inevitably toward the sea, knowledge was advancing beyond what the aging admiral could accept. In early 1506, Columbus's health took a significant turn for the worse. The pain in his joints intensified, and his mobility became even more limited. He was increasingly confined to his bed in his modest home in Valladolid. The man who had once commanded the boundless horizon now found his world narrowed to a single room, with occasional visits from his sons and a few loyal friends providing connection to the outside world. The contrast between his earlier life of adventure and these confined final days carries a poignant reminder of life's inevitable transitions. As spring arrived in Valladolid that year, bringing gentle warmth and the scent of blossoms through his window, Columbus prepared for his final journey. On May 20, 1506, with his sons at his bedside, he spoke his last words and slipped away from this world. Like a ship disappearing over the horizon, his last recorded words were, "Into your hands, O Lord, I commend my spirit." A final expression of the faith that had guided him throughout his remarkable life. Columbus died believing he had reached Asia, never knowing that his voyages had connected two worlds previously unknown to each other. This misunderstanding does not diminish his achievement, but rather adds a layer of human complexity to it. Like a dream that reveals truths the dreamer cannot fully comprehend, Columbus's discovery contained meanings beyond his own understanding. After his death, Columbus's remains began an odyssey that in some ways mirrored his life of travel and discovery. Initially buried in Valladolid, his body was later moved to Seville. In 1542, at the request of his daughter-in-law, his remains were transferred to Santo Domingo in the Caribbean. Later, when Spain ceded Hispaniola to France, what were believed to be his remains were moved to Havana, Cuba, and then back to Seville after Cuba gained independence. Throughout these movements, some confusion arose about the authentic location of his remains, with both Seville and Santo Domingo claiming to house the true resting place of the explorer. This uncertainty about where Columbus finally came to rest seems a fitting echo of the ambiguities that surround his life and achievements. In the centuries following his death, Columbus's legacy has undergone numerous reinterpretations. Initially hailed without qualification as a heroic discoverer, his reputation later became more complex as the devastating impact of European colonization on indigenous peoples became more widely acknowledged. The full tapestry of his legacy includes both remarkable achievement and troubling consequences. A reminder that human actions often carry impacts far beyond what their initiators could foresee or intend. The world Columbus helped to create through his voyages was one of unprecedented exchange between previously separated hemispheres. Plants, animals, people, ideas, and unfortunately diseases began to cross the Atlantic in both directions, creating what historians now call the Columbian Exchange. Potatoes and tomatoes from the Americas transformed European cuisine and agriculture. European livestock changed the landscape and economy of the Americas. These exchanges rippled through both worlds like gentle waves, spreading across still water, gradually but fundamentally altering human societies on both sides of the Atlantic. Columbus's navigational achievements remain impressive even when viewed through the lens of modern understanding. Without modern instruments, relying on dead reckoning and celestial navigation, he successfully crossed an ocean whose breadth was not yet accurately known. His miscalculation of the Earth's circumference, smaller than the actual size, might have discouraged others from attempting such a voyage. Yet his confidence and determination carried him forward into the unknown, like a dreamer who follows a vision others cannot see. The maps that Columbus used, based on the work of Paolo dal Pozzo Toscanelli, contained significant errors, yet Columbus's ability to navigate using these imperfect tools speaks to his extraordinary skill as a mariner. He understood the Atlantic wind patterns, noting the trade winds that could carry ships westward, and the more northerly winds that could bring them back to Europe. This practical knowledge, gained through years of observation and experience, complemented his theoretical understanding and made his voyages possible. Like a musician who can play beautifully on an imperfect instrument, Columbus worked within the limitations of the knowledge available to him. In his personal life, Columbus experienced both profound achievement and deep disappointment. He rose from humble origins to walk with kings and queens, yet ended his life feeling that the rewards he had been promised were unfairly withheld. He discovered lands that would transform the world, yet never fully understood what he had found. This interweaving of triumph and tragedy gives his story a deeply human dimension, a reminder that even the most extraordinary lives contain their share of unfulfilled hopes and unresolved questions. The legal battles Columbus initiated over his titles and percentage of profits continued after his death, carried forward by his son Diego. These proceedings, known as the Pleitos Columbinos, or Colombian lawsuits continued for decades, eventually resulting in some concessions from the Spanish crown. The persistence of these legal claims across generations shows how important recognition and legacy were to Columbus and his family. Like a melody that continues after the musician has stopped playing, these efforts to secure his place in history extended beyond his lifetime. Columbus's writings reveal a complex individual whose motivations included religious zeal, scientific curiosity, ambition for wealth and status, and genuine wonder at the natural world. In his journal from the first voyage, he describes the landscapes he encountered with evident appreciation for their beauty. He notes the clarity of the water, the lushness of the vegetation, the songs of birds he had never heard before. These moments of pure observation and appreciation remind us that beneath the historical significance of his voyages lay a human being capable of being moved by beauty and novelty. The relationship between Columbus and the indigenous peoples he encountered remains one of the most problematic aspects of his legacy. While he sometimes expressed admiration for the Taino people he met in the Caribbean, describing them as gentle and generous, his actions often contradicted these words. He captured natives to serve as guides and interpreters, sent others to Spain as specimens of the people he had found, and established systems of tribute that would eventually evolve into more formal structures of exploitation. Like shadows lengthening as the sun sets, these aspects of his legacy have grown more prominent in modern assessments of his life. As we drift toward sleep, we might reflect on how Columbus's story reminds us of the human capacity for both vision and blindness, achievement and error. In the quiet darkness, we can imagine those 3 small ships setting out across an unknown ocean, carrying men whose courage and fear, wisdom and folly would change the course of history in ways none of them could possibly have imagined. The gentle waves that carried Columbus to new shores continue their eternal rhythm, a soothing reminder of the continuous flow of human striving, discovery, and the endless mystery of what lies beyond our horizon. The legacy of Columbus floats through our collective consciousness like a ship on a tranquil sea, sometimes visible in sharp detail, sometimes obscured by the mists of time and changing perspective. Each generation reinterprets his significance according to its own understanding and values. Yet, beneath these changing interpretations lies the unchangeable reality of what he did, connecting worlds that had developed separately for millennia, setting in motion exchanges and encounters that continue to shape our world today. As sleep approaches, we can let these thoughts gently rock us like a boat on calm waters, carrying us toward dreams where perhaps we too might voyage to undiscovered shores. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. As the evening shadows lengthen and the mind begins to settle, let us contemplate the complex tapestry that was Christopher Columbus's life, a story that unfolds like gentle waves upon a distant shore. His journey through history, much like our journey toward sleep, contains moments of brilliance and shadow, triumph and regret. Columbus rests now in the quiet harbor of history, his voyages long complete, born in Genoa, Italy, sometime around 1451. He grew from a humble weaver's son into a man whose name would echo through centuries. As we settle deeper into our pillows, imagine young Columbus by the Mediterranean shore, watching ships disappear over the horizon, dreaming of distant lands beyond the sea's embrace, the rhythm of those waves, rising and falling like our own breathing, called to him throughout his life. His vision of reaching the east by sailing west was not entirely original, but the persistence with which he pursued it speaks to something in the human spirit that refuses to surrender its dreams. For years, he sought patronage, moving like a gentle wanderer from court to court, facing rejection after rejection, until finally, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand of Spain provided the support he needed. Their decision, made in the soft golden light of possibility, would alter the tapestry of human history in ways none could foresee. In the warm embrace of our beds, we might imagine those three small ships, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, setting sail in September 1492, the creaking of timbers, the billowing of sails, the whispered prayers of sailors venturing into the unknown. For 70 days, they drifted across the Atlantic, cradled by currents and guided by stars, until land appeared on the horizon like a dream taking shape. Columbus made 4 voyages across the Atlantic, each one carrying him further into a complex relationship with the lands and peoples he encountered. He never reached Asia, his intended destination, but instead found himself in a world unknown to Europeans, islands of stunning beauty inhabited by peoples with their own rich histories and cultures, the soft sands of the Bahamas, the gentle breezes of Cuba, the lush landscapes of Hispaniola, all entered European consciousness through his descriptions, like new colors being added to a painting as our thoughts drift like clouds across a twilight sky. We consider how Columbus's achievements have been viewed through different lenses across time. For centuries, he was primarily celebrated as a daring explorer, a visionary who opened new horizons for European expansion and knowledge. Statues were raised in his honor. Countries and cities were named after him. And the date of his first landing in the Americas became a holiday celebrated throughout much of the Western Hemisphere. In the quiet stillness of approaching sleep, we can acknowledge that Columbus's legacy now rests in more complicated waters. The man who once stood as a symbol of discovery and progress has become, for many, a symbol of colonization's painful beginnings. The systems he established on Hispaniola, where he served as governor, included harsh treatment of indigenous peoples. The tribute systems He implemented required gold from populations who had little access to it, and resistance was met with violence. These actions cast long shadows, like those that stretch across our bedroom floors. As evening deepens into night, the Taino people, who greeted Columbus with generosity, suffered greatly in the years following his arrival. Disease, forced labor, and displacement decimated their population. As we breathe deeply and feel the comfort of our beds, we might reflect on how historical figures contain multitudes, their achievements and failures intertwined like threads in the blanket that keeps us warm. Columbus himself experienced the rise and fall of fortune's tide. After his initial celebration as the Admiral of the Ocean Sea, he faced criticism for his governance, was temporarily arrested, and saw his privileges and powers reduced. His final years were spent in a gentle twilight of diminished influence, seeking recognition for his accomplishments and compensation for what he believed he was owed. He died in 1506, perhaps never fully understanding the magnitude of what he had set in motion, like a pebble dropped in water, creating ripples that would eventually reach distant shores. The Columbian Exchange, as historians now call it, transformed both hemispheres in profound ways. Plants, animals, peoples, and pathogens moved across the Atlantic in both directions, changing ecosystems, diets, populations, and economies. Potatoes from the Americas would eventually feed growing European populations, while European wheat would take root in new soils. These exchanges continue to shape our world today, influencing what we eat, the languages we speak, the beliefs we hold, even the peaceful dreams we might soon enter. In our modern world, Columbus's legacy continues to evolve, like stars slowly wheeling across the night sky. Many places have reconsidered Columbus Day celebrations, sometimes replacing them with Indigenous Peoples Day, to acknowledge the complex impact of European arrival in the Americas. Museums and educational institutions now present more nuanced views of Columbus, acknowledging both his navigational achievements and the suffering that followed in his wake. Perhaps there is wisdom to be found in this more balanced view, a recognition that human history, like human beings themselves, contains light and shadow, achievement and error. As sleep begins to embrace us with gentle arms, we might find that this complexity offers its own kind of comfort, a reminder that we need not see historical figures as either heroes without flaw or villains without virtue. Columbus's navigational skills were indeed remarkable for his time. Without modern instruments, relying on dead reckoning, the stars, and his experience of wind and current patterns, he crossed an ocean considered impassable and found his way back multiple times. This achievement in itself speaks to human ingenuity and courage, qualities that continue to guide exploration in our own time, whether of ocean depths, distant planets, or the frontiers of human knowledge. Yet his encounters with the peoples of the Caribbean remind us of the importance of seeing others in their full humanity, of approaching difference with respect rather than assumptions of superiority. As our breathing becomes slower and deeper, we might reflect on how this lesson remains relevant in our interconnected world, where understanding across cultural differences continues to challenge and enrich us. The story of Columbus is also a reminder of how individual lives intersect with larger historical forces. He lived during a time of expanding trade networks, technological innovation in shipbuilding and navigation, and competition among European powers. These currents carried him forward, just as larger social and economic forces shape our own lives in ways we might not fully perceive. As our thoughts become more diffuse and dreamlike, we might imagine Columbus in his final years, looking back on a life that had taken him far from his beginnings in Genoa. Did he understand what he had begun? Did he sense the magnitude of the changes that would flow from his voyages? Or did he, like all of us, see primarily his own intentions, his own struggles, his own limited perspective? History continues to reassess Columbus, just as the ocean continues to reshape its shores with each gentle wave. New research, new perspectives, and new values influence how we understand his significance. This ongoing conversation across time is itself a kind of voyage of discovery, one that never reaches a final shore. As you drift closer to sleep's welcoming harbor, let these complex thoughts settle like sediment in still water. There is no need to resolve all the contradictions in Columbus's legacy tonight. Like him, we are all travelers through time, making our way as best we can with the knowledge and understanding available to us. May the gentle rocking of these thoughts carry you toward peaceful dreams, where perhaps you too might voyage across unknown waters, discovering new horizons within yourself. May the stars that guided Columbus now watch over your sleep, and may morning find you refreshed, like a shore washed clean by the night tide. Rest now, gentle traveler, as history continues its endless voyage, and the world turns slowly beneath the canopy of night.